contact between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.
Welcome to Little Rissington for round 5 of the 2023 Daniel Ricciardo series. We are heading towards the business end of the championship. Just 2 rounds to come after this at GYG towards the northwest of Wales, followed by the finale at Wilton Mill. Here at Rissington, we're in the middle of the UK's Air Force heartland, the circuit located in the midst, actually, of a live RAF base. We just had craft land and then take off again at the base, which is just to the left of turn 1 here at Paddock Bend. And for yours truly, it is the first visit here, but we're informed that that site is a first for those who have visited here on several occasions. Well, many of those driving here, particularly in our cadet and our junior classes, they're going to be hoping that this weekend is a springboard to a takeoff for their career. At the very least, those competing today will be hoping for better luck than the man himself, Daniel Ricciardo. Last time out, we arrived at Houghton Park in the wake of the news that Danny Ric had returned to Formula One prior to the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, this weekend saw the news that he'd broken his hand in a practice crash at Zandvoort, and everyone here associated with the championship will be hoping he is on the mend as soon as possible. You can see on our screen right now that the track location is listed as Cheltenham. We're actually about halfway between Oxford and the Twin Cities, as you may like to refer to them. Certainly in America you'd call them Twin Cities, Cheltenham and Gloucester. Halfway between them, right in the heart of the Cotswolds. Beautiful area of the country that it is. And it's a very, very twisty circuit. It's fast, overtaking difficult. As you see, schedule for today, the DRS 62s will be followed by the DRS 125s and then the 100s in each of our respective stages of the day. So we start with qualifying and then through to the heat, and then the pre-final and the grand final. In the order, all of them going to be 62s first, then the 125s, our seniors, followed by the juniors, the 100s, and we will end with that grand final, of course, for the DRS 100s at 3:15. Of course, always subject to change on that one. Fingers crossed that nothing will occur that will result in that. So, first up, of course, will be the qualifying for our DRS 62s, our cadets, and as you can see, they are all ready to go, and we should see them onto the track in less than 60 seconds, as a matter of fact. And if we just take a look at the warm-up, we can see that Harley Drake was the fastest, followed by Lucas Esser, less than a tenth between that pair. Ashton Redpath, a couple of tenths off the pace, and Oscar Roach, very close between them in that fight for third place. And worth noting, of course, the championship standings. And it's Redpath leading there, 960 points, 9 ahead of Roach, and then a bit of a gap to Lucas Esser on 883. Carter Inskett-Clarkson on 872. Our leading academy driver in the 62 championship as we get underway with the karts out on the circuit, and already a bit of racing just up there. Believe that it was Neo Lorenzo that headed them out, and a pass already by one of our yellow plates. one of the more experienced drivers. And just talking about those experienced drivers, it was Harley Drake actually that was left behind before getting out, and he is now out. We could just see the number 8 there. Drake is a little back in the championship. I say a little, considerably actually, back in 9th on 806 points. And that's going to be mostly due to the disqualification that he received at Rissington in our opening round. The collision that he had with Oscar Roach. So the standings a little bit misleading there, just in regards to the competitiveness there of Harley Drake, who we could well expect to see fighting it out for wins today. Just 6.5 minutes to go as they begin to come around for the first flying laps. And we get our first idea of who has the pace. It appears to be Redpath. It is indeed that comes across the line first with 49.2. Carter Ringskip Clarkson jumping up to second in that DRA kart. And now, of course, Drake, who trailed the pack, we see where he goes, and he goes right to the top. 1/10 quicker than Redpath, but we should expect to see the times tumble. Maybe not as much as we did last time out at Hooton Park, where we had that overnight rain and the track's a little damp in patches in the morning. They begin to come around for the second time, and we have no improvements towards the front as of yet. Worth noting as their Roach goes up into 4th, but Ruben Jenkins is right up there amongst our academy drivers, now just being relegated to 5th as a result of Roach posting that time. And now Drake with a 48.6. Some 6/10 ahead of Redpath. And you have to wonder if that delayed start for him, getting out onto the track, may have actually served an advantage. Getting out in clean air like that may well be playing some part there, as Redpath manages to get within 4/10. But here's Ruben Jenkins now, almost within half a second. And up into 3rd is Ruben Jenkins there. As we see them coming around. Just beginning to come around the final corner now. This is going to be Redpath here across the line. No improvement initially showing up on our timing screens. Lucas Sessa goes up into 3rd with a 49 flat. As Carter Ringskip Clarkson makes his way up to 4th. We're up here in the gantry at Little Rissington. We're high above the start-finish line. And we have a fantastic view of the circuit. So good, in fact, that it can be difficult to know exactly where to look, particularly with the times tumbling the way they are. Still no sign yet of anybody being able to get into the 48s along with Harley Drake. Lucas Hesser has just gone up to 2nd, and then Carter Ringskip Clarkson edging him out by just 7 1/1000ths. as we're coming up towards 2.5 minutes to go in the session. And we'll see Redpath coming through again in a moment, as Drake has now smashed that seemingly insurmountable time from earlier, a 48.4. Redpath finds some time, first other than Drake to get into the 48s. It's a 48.973. Still 5.5 tenths behind the ultimate pace. Drake across the line once again, not far off of his best time, a 48.462, just a half a tenth off of the ultimate pace there. So Drake at the moment actually has 3 laps that are good enough for pole position. Redpath getting his lap time down to a 48.9, almost a 48.9 flat. And a little bit of a move there, just around the outside of the final corner there from 133 Freddie Budd, who went pretty well in the warm-up. Drake once again coming around now with a 4th time that would be good enough for pole position so far, 48.5. And with 50 seconds to go, it's been a tremendously dominant qualifying performance. You just see off to our right, there's some signalling towards Ashton Redpath, clearly trying to let him know that there's a bit of catching up to do, but with the way that some of these academy drivers are performing, as Inskip Clarkson moves up to 3rd place now, Ruben Jenkins is just within a couple of tenths of a front row start here. You'd have to say, if you're starting on the front row alongside Drake here, you'd probably consider that a win, because you could just as easily not put it together and find yourself back in the pack and having to really fight so much more in the heat race. So here we come towards the checkered flag now. Redpath takes it. Just a shade below his fastest. Lucas Esser improves up to a 48.8. Roach coming through, no improvement there, and Inskip Clarkson will hold on to 4th. So it's Harley Drake from Lucas Esser who will take up the front row for the DRS 62 heat race, which will be coming up for you as we just take a second glance at our schedule. Should be coming up in around 40 minutes or so from now. So next up will be the DRS 125 qualifying, the 62 heat coming up in at 11:55 as a matter of fact, so just over 50 minutes from now. So that's the next time that you'll see Harley Drake, Lucas Esser, Ashton Redpath and co out onto the track. And next up is our 125 qualifying, but here in the 62s to kick off the day, Harley Drake with an almost 4 tenths gap on pole position.
One thing I would say to you after qualifying, when you centralise your disc, when you take the carrier out, how much your discs need?
Oh, you mean the pad that side?
It's getting close to the carrier. You don't want that when it gets to the carrier.
No.
So after, that's it. You're going to deck it. Hey?
We're not going out to that.
Or you're going to bottom another engine slot. He loves it, you do, doesn't he? Can't do that. I love it. Needs to warm up a bit. Where's that sun?
It does, doesn't it?
I'm not going out yet.
He's just chilling.
I was going to follow him. But he wasn't following me. Henry, are you going out straight away?
Gonna wait. How are we this morning?
We're going out straight away.
It'll be better when you go now.
Don't start doing that. Just get on and do it. They're going to have a mother's meeting now. I'll make you in the dog's leg.
You know your turn.
Oh, okay, nice. I'm lucky to get on it. When it is London, come back.
Just leave them alone. We're at the race.
Yeah, well, that's what we're over.
competitive one, that's an extra couple of metres over now.
It's fine. If it rains,
Go the other end of this quick.
if it
Hey,
rains,
you want me to take that then? Closer to the road.
six in the wet, good then.
The old section.
I don't think there's any rain in there.
See, I've had no wasps until some lady comes and all the wasps come from out of nowhere. They do want me out here.
Welcome back to Little Rissington. We are live, of course, on Facebook and YouTube. And next up is our seniors, our DRS 125s for their qualifying session. Of course, just off of the back of the cadet class, the 62s, their qualifying in which Harley Drake took the pole position by nearly basically by 4/10 of a second. Absolutely dominant performance. We were counting the number of laps during the session that would have been good enough for pole position. We counted 4 at one point before an improvement, particularly from Lucas Esser getting up to second place, that may have reduced that number slightly, but still absolutely extremely impressive nonetheless. So now our 125's a bit of a problem there for one of our drivers trying to get away, and that there is Oscar Warmsley-Jones. And now he gets out. There's several others still left behind, and what we saw actually at Hooton Park was that some of the drivers, Sam Faulkner in particular, not so keen to head out straight away, let the track rubber in a little bit more, and that's when you'll get the best out of it. However, we did see that in the 62 qualifying session that Harley Drake getting out a little late, and on his front it did seem to be a genuine issue more than just waiting on purpose. But having all that clean air may well have been a help to him. How much of a help we don't know. You suspect that with that 4/10 advantage, that had a lot more to do with pure pace than clean air, but you would still expect it was a small factor in that gap. It's worth noting, of course, that if you look through the championship standings, you'll see that Sam Faulkner, our defending champion in this category, is comfortably in front, and his gap over the competition, it's going to be that much greater because Freddie Cox, the second place driver in the championship, is not here. So what was a 46-point gap between that pair, Faulkner is going to extend that significantly. So we would expect that the new second place driver in the championship is going to be Tom Snape. But could also be a chance for Oliver Owen to leap up into second place in the championship. The gap between Snape and Owen is 20 points, but Snape with an 80-point deficit to Sam Faulkner, who swept the weekend up at Hooton Park, and we've not had many of those across the three classes of the Daniel Ricciardo Championship. Across the Daniel Ricciardo series so far this year, as we see the initial times coming up on our screen. Sam Faulkner, the quick man at the moment, with a 41.741, just under 4 tenths ahead of Oscar Walmsley-Jones. So seemingly big gaps may well be the routine for the day. We'll wait and see. I'm sure certainly with the 100s we won't see that with our juniors. There's a problem going through Paddock Bend there. Trying to see who that was. It's a single plate driver, Cole Watt. So Snape, who we were just talking about a moment ago, gets almost within a tenth of Faulkner. Peter Hugler, who had a spin during our warm-up, slots into third place. And so now we see the competition closing right up. Henry Foote, who moved up to the 125 class at Newton Park, jumping up to third now. Looks very, very competitive in that first outing up in the Northwest. And well, wouldn't you just look there at second to fifth, currently with just under 4.5 minutes to go. The gap between second and fifth is just over 2/100ths of a second. And so any concerns that we might have had about competition have just been well and truly washed away with that. So they remain as they are towards the top five. First, Bill Basie moving up into sixth place, and that's within 2 tenths of our pole man, Sam Faulkner. And we were saying earlier how track evolution probably won't be as much of a factor as at Hooton Park, with the track there being so green. And that certainly seems to be the case so far. Ethan Critchley to the top of the times with a 41.673. That's half a tenth ahead of Sam Faulkner. So the dominant force in the championship has 3 minutes to pull something out of the bag in his quest for pole position. There's Sam Faulkner. There's one driver actually pulling in. That's another one of our single plate drivers in a blue helmet. So we know it wouldn't have been Cole Watt there. And just judging by the shout of "I think he's gone in" that we heard there from the race director Matt, who's just outside of our commentary area here, one wonders if somebody there has gotten themselves in a bit of trouble. So we know it's not Cole Watt, and we know it's not Tom Snape, who rounds the first couple of corners right now. And as we switch our attentions back, as soon as we see Henry Foote there getting a track limit warning, as we switch our attentions back to what's going on the circuit at the moment, it's still Ethan Critchley on pole position with 100 seconds for Faulkner now to try beaten, and there are actually a few drivers now that are heading away from the circuit. So it seems some drivers either with problems or happy that they've maximised their lap time. One minute to go. We're still following Tom Snape as he comes around the dogleg, which is absolutely one of the most unique corners that we race around here in the Daniel Ricciardo series, and indeed that any karting championship will race around throughout the UK. It looks like one of these modern day chicanes that's just been bolted onto a track artificially for safety purposes, but it has definitely been there for a long time here at Rissington, a historic circuit. Those of you watching on YouTube, you might have used the term Little Rissington Karting to find our stream, and if you have done so, you might well want to hop away just during an interval and just see some of the history at this track. You'll find an interview with a young chap called Daniel Weldon among the archives, and some British Pathé coverage from 1967 from here as well. But as we look at the conclusion and we see no further improvements for anybody within our top 6 really, still a couple of drivers to come across the line. And no further improvements there. And of course that will mean that Ethan Critchley is on pole position, pulling it out of the bag late on there to deny our runaway championship leader Sam Faulkner, with Tom Snape in third and just 2 100ths between he and Henry Foote in fourth and Peter Huckler in fifth. Huckler with a bit of trouble in the warm-up, bouncing back well to record a good starting position for the heat race that is due to come up for our 125s in 50 minutes from now. So it is Critchley by just over a half a tenth, Faulkner in second, and Snape a tenth further back in third. Next up is our DRS 100 qualifying.
Stawić ciągam. Szacun się. Bo to będzie ten.
I almost did, but I backed off from that. Yeah, because I went off and then I went 3 seconds slow. Last corner, second last corner, if you go off the track there on 4 wheels.
Well, I have tried Ricciardo.
Make sure. Everyone's saying the tyres come in about lap 4 or 5. So it's taking a bit longer.
Welcome back once again to Little Rissington for round 5 of the Daniel Ricciardo series, and it's time now for our DRS 100 drivers, our juniors, to head out onto the circuit. And we've had so far 2 sessions that were very impressive for very different reasons. The dominance of Harley Drake in the 62s, followed by the immense competition of the 125s, and particularly in that battle for third place. Ethan Critchley snatching pole by just over half a tenth, and then just 200ths between third to fifth. You would suspect we are going to see more of the latter with the juniors, traditionally the most competitive class of the three that make up the Daniel Ricciardo series here. And we are due to get back out. Here we go. Whistle goes. Engines fired up. And one of the big talking points at the moment is whether or not we get bad weather. As you would imagine, the meeting has been declared dry. And I think many here are anticipating that will change at some point, but in the last few moments there does seem to be a degree of optimism about things holding as they are. We have a big cloud that's essentially over to the west, and that may be coming our way, but I would suspect that there's not much rain in that. It may be a little later, if anything, that we're going to see the weather, as there's one driver already off the circuit, and that just down towards Top Bend. You may have already seen the graphics as to who that was. We were busy trying to play weather forecaster, and that's out of qualifying already for the driver that's just stopped over there towards the far side of the circuit. Meanwhile, we get the first times coming in, and for about a third of the field out on the circuit at the moment, clear air not a factor. It's almost like a race out there in among the bunch. It's just heading towards the dogleg right now, as you can see Maximilian Reed initially going to the top of the timesheet. It was Sutton who was first across the line, but now Liam Carabella with the quickest time, and a 43.1 before Sutton comes back around, and Benjamin Baker then, well, they're tumbling at the moment as we've got the lap time down by about 3/10, and now it is actually our novice driver on pole position, Jakub Milszarski, to the front of the field, and just 2/1000ths of a second ahead of Connor Scarisbrick. But now we have Karabelov to the top. Now, if we look at our timing screens, we will of course be able to tell who it was that had the trouble earlier and make that out for ourselves. As we see Scarisbrick going back to the top by almost a tenth. And we have 5 minutes to go. There's another one of our novices there, up in 11th place, Nearin Evans. And some notable names down the field. See, Daniela Sutton is back in 9th, Sherry Ann Powell down in 14th, Charlie Ratford in 16th. And there's a track limit warning there for Sutton. She in the 143 heading down towards the dogleg and through it now was Charlie Ratford with a bit of a relief there, jumping up to 6th place. And we spoke about the lack of track evolution in the 125s. There's absolutely plenty, it would appear, here for our juniors. Still a pack just coming towards the final corner now. Some 6 carts racing towards and now away towards turn 3. And one of those was our second place driver, Jakub Milczarski. Jack Robinson up to 3rd. Ratford now up to 5th. Sherry Ann Powell up to 7th. And so some of those typical front-running names that we were talking about earlier just coming more to the fore. Jack Robinson now up to the top of 42.449. And we now have just a 10th between our top 3. Just over 2 minutes to go now. Just seeing, are there still any familiar names or a bit further down? Daniela Sutton won down in 10th. And she was just leading, as you can see that they're just coming towards the final corner now. They're still right together, are Sutton and Sherry Ann Powell. Maximilian Reed there receiving a track limits warning, and he's one that's a bit further down the field compared to where he would like to be, down in 11th place. Reed coming into this weekend 6th in the championship. So we're just having a look at who's quick at the moment. Liam Karabelov was just a 10th off his quickest time in a moment ago. And then Robinson doing the same thing, but up to 7th is Freddie Farrell in the 160 with 42.690. And here's a stat for you. 1st to 20th, less than 8/10 of a second between them. For context, in the cadet class, Harley Drake is on pole position by half that gap. Last chance saloon now for these drivers. You have to say, Jakub Milczarski at the moment is the most impressive driver of the session, but Freddie Farrell leapfrogs him up into 3rd. Checker flag now out. And it's Robinson that has it as we stand by just over a 10th ahead of Scarisbrick. Can anybody find a way to improve? Liam Karabelov coming across the line. No improvement for him. As here come now a trio of drivers. Sherry Ann Powell in 8th, Daniela Sutton in 10th. Scarisbrick has finished the session and will not be able to leapfrog Jack Robinson. And that appears to be everybody now over the line. And so the only one that could improve in the end there, Freddie Farrell, up into third. Jack Robinson, in the end, is on pole position. And that's a big boost in his championship battle with Charlie Ratford. They come in just 7 points between them. And Robinson getting the first big break out of the two as he grabs pole position with Ratford back in 6th place. It was looking dire for Ratford earlier in the session as he was down in 16th. So it's Robinson on pole by just over a tenth of a second. Scarisbrick is second. Freddie Farrell leaping up to third with that late lap. And Jakub Milcharski, who was at one point on the front row, by far and away one of the more impressive performances that we have seen by one of our novices this season, up in 4th place. Dorian Mallet 5th, and then Ratford in 6th. Rounding out our top 10 was Liam Karabelov, Sherry-Ann Powell, Benjamin Baker, and Daniela Sutton, and less than half a second covering the top 12. Very, very competitive as always in the DRS 100. Coming up next is our first race of the day, the DRS 62 heat, in around 10 minutes from now.
In the 62s. Yeah. Outside or inside? Inside.
Till 2 minutes. 5 to 2 minutes. Go for shot.
showing much, but I do apologise. I was having a bit of a long moment.
Well, they're rolling up that, yeah.
Somebody else.
Dad's very copied up, isn't he?
No, I don't think he does. I think everyone has two tires on.
Perhaps they've got more force to push through and like to make it work better.
Right, boys. So when we go out, yeah, it's obviously using the outer track, okay? We're not going to go flat out down the bottom, okay? Just keep it like medium speed. We'll go round again, and then when we come round to go down the back straight the second time, okay, I want you to slow it up, okay? Slow it up down the bottom, okay? And then when you come round the corner, you've got to be in your lane, painted on the lane, and you accelerate by the cones, okay? All right? Remember, you can't move out of your lane until the lights go off, guys, yeah? That rider, about 10 minutes ago. And he goes back up, does it? Yeah. And then he come down again. Jesus. And he went up, and then he went back. He goes, is it like an airport?
Yeah.
Every time. But they're coming so fast. Yeah.
I don't think I'm going
Do you think so? Does it not just look like the wings and stuff?
Oh, you can do it a lot. Did you? Yeah, nearly went solo. Really good fun.
Would it stay on forever?
Yeah, no, it's good fun. The wind is there.
I went to the after party. They were already sailed, mate. They left the pink road there and opened up themselves. I feel my boots coming in. Never had so much crackling in my life.
Andy, did you mind them?
Yeah, you've got the outside part, then on the other surface you've got the inside. You can hold it.
Time to go racing here at Little Rissington, and we begin with our DRS 62 heat. And in qualifying, it was, of course, Harley Drake who absolutely dominated proceedings, 4/10 quicker than Lucas Esser in second place. We mentioned in our previous session the DRS 100 qualifying, the exceptional effort of Jakub Milsarski in fourth place there. And it was a pretty good day in general for academy drivers. Lining up fourth for this one will be the DRS plate. DRA, excuse me. Carter Inskip Clarkson will be lining up in fourth. And also Ruben Jenkins, our apologies, was looking pretty quick. Looking at the wrong class there. But certainly the 62 qualifying, the battle from second through seventh was very, very competitive. And it'll be intriguing to see how that holds up here in the race. Now, for those of you watching the stream and not familiar with this circuit, you'll see the drivers essentially cutting out part of the track. That's because they use the outer loop of the circuit here at Little Rissington to start the race. That being the gearbox layout, as they call it here. And that's simply to allow them a bigger acceleration zone. Of course, when you come around the layout that we're using for racing purposes here at Rissington, the final corner and the run to Paddock Bend, there's just simply not enough road, really, for the drivers to use. So that's why they come around the gearbox layout and start the race that way. They're just being told to slow the pace. Still maybe coming a little quick. No, it looks like we're good to go. Drake leads away. Oh, and has he left the door open for Redpath? He has. Redpath into the lead at the first corner. And Lucas Esser there losing out. And I think also potentially losing out there was Inskip Clarkson in the DRA. And already the four yellow plates now occupying the top four places. Oscar Roach in particular will be relieved by that. Inskip Clarkson still they're coming together there. And that is Kai Sidhu there. And William Heath in the 110 going into the dogleg, and notorious for incidents. And oh, that was unfortunate there actually. Heath spinning around on the entry and just really nowhere there that Kai Sidhu could go. Move there potentially at the loop. Drake initially going for the inside, but that puts him on the outside, and then a chance of an up and under coming out of Top Bend. Now they come down towards the dogleg again. And Inskip Clarkson keeping in touch with the top four for the moment. Around they come, up towards the elbow. Move for the lead. Move for third as well. Drake retakes the front. And Roach up to third ahead of Lucas Esser. And at the front of the academy class, it's a big lead now for Carter Inskip Clarkson. A second ahead already of Neo as we go into the dogleg once again. Drake now leading Redpath for a moment there. Just ducking out and looking to the inside, but you're never really going to make a pass there going into the second part. And I don't think that's really what Redpath was trying to do. It was just the camera angle deceiving us there on the stream as they come back around towards the final corner once again. And it's Drake leading Redpath. Roach, Esser, and Inskip Clarkson as Ruben Jenkins now ahead of Luiso. And up into second place, still a second and a half off of the front in the academy class. And Freddie Budd actually in position to challenge a third there, as we almost see a move up the front by Roach on Redpath. Up towards the elbow they come again. Inskip Clarkson just beginning to drop back just ever so slightly off of that top four. As the rain is beginning to fall, we can see rain on our windows here, and it's coming from the direction we said. It's coming from Paddock Bend. Now, how much of the circuit it will hit, we don't know. It'll drift towards what is essentially the kind of eastern part of the track, if you will. Drake still leading. Redpath, Roach, Esser, Inskip Clarkson, who is now 2.3 seconds ahead at the front of the academy field. But I suspect that he's looking for better. But the question will be how they navigate this side of the circuit for the moment. As it stands right now, it's looking pretty static towards the front of the field. They're all close together. There's always a chance of a move, and there is a move by Esser into third place. That'll let the top two break away just a little bit. And Redpath making up just a little ground at the moment. The meeting is now officially declared open. As now a move for third. And it's Roach that takes it into the final corner. Not a normal passing place, but it was set up going through the elbow. And Inskip Clarkson a bit of fourth, and so he does go a little better. As we said a moment ago, as good as he was at the front of the academy class, you know he's going to be aiming for more. And now Esser going to come back at him in towards the dogleg. Drake at the moment just holding off the attentions of Ashton Redpath. The big fight at the moment is a third place. Drake, Redpath, Roach, Inskip Clarkson and Esser. Freddie Budd, meanwhile, is in third place, having overtaken Neo Luiso a bit earlier. That would have come a few laps ago. At the moment, I think these drivers will be thankful that the rain coming from the kind of the northwest area of the circuit, I think they'll be glad that it's not too much of a factor for the moment. Esser getting ahead of Inskip Clarkson. That'll be another one of those passes that was set up through the elbow. And we see a contact warning. We can't see who it's for. Is it Lucas Esser? It is indeed. So clearly, contact involved in that battle for 4th place. Top 3 broken away. Actually, Roach at the moment looks as if he may be the quickest. Now putting Redpath under big time pressure, and Redpath was slow out of the elbow, and that's going to let Roach pull the up and under going into paddock. And through he goes. Now can Redpath maybe set something up? Potentially a dive, not going to happen there. A dive into the loop there, and now they go into top bend. And Drake is pulling out now to a lead of 7/10 with just 80 seconds to go. Plus the extra lap. And just to confirm, because I'm hearing a conversation outside, the meeting has been declared open due to the rain that has just arrived, just a trickle of it. It appears, and nothing more, as Inskip Clarkson is all over the back of Lucas Esser looking for the move into turn 3. Esser takes a wide line through the loop there, but holds the position as we see a battle between Jakob Schultz and Neo Luiso on the screens and on the stream. And Schultz, I believe, will have taken that place from Luiso, because certainly a lap or so ago they were in the opposite order. As the front runners come round now, and with 4 seconds to go, well, they say 2 laps. So they add a little time on and say 2 laps to go. And through turn 3 they come. And the main battle seems once again to be between Esser and Inskip Clarkson. Drake coming up now towards the elbow. Has a pretty good gap on Roach. We'll just see how they come over the line. Redpath in 3rd place, banging his steering wheel in frustration as we now head for the last lap. And Inskip Clarkson has made it back past Lucas Esser. The gap at the front, 6/10, but the fight for 4 still on as they come side by side out of the loop. This should be Inskip Clarkson's corner going through top bend. He has the line and down towards the dogleg they go. And that's good defending there from Inskip Clarkson, but does he compromise his line through the second part? Yes, he does. Esser back through the up and under, works through the dogleg. Meanwhile, coming through the elbow now is Harley Drake, set to come around the final corner to take the win. Although Roach gets very close towards the line, but Drake takes it. Just 2/10 in the end, as the frustrated Ashton Redpath is left to finish 3rd. Having taken the lead at the start, when the door was left a little open. But he is eventually put back to 3rd. Drake makes it through, and then Roach with that move coming round the final corner after what appeared to be a mistake from Ashton Redpath going through the elbow. And the battle for 4th was the main contest towards the end of that race, and it was Lucas Esser that took it in the end. But you have to tip your hat there to Carter Inskip Clarkson in 5th, making the best of the battle there for that 4th place. The leading academy driver, he is in the end there by some 10.5 seconds ahead of Ruben Jenkins, who looked very, very good in qualifying and certainly had himself actually 6.6 seconds in the end is the gap between the top 2 in the academy class. We called the overall gap there, the gap to the leader for Ruben Jenkins there. But absolutely fantastic stuff there from Carter Inskip Clarkson. And we see the final results. So Drake takes the win despite leaving the door open on the start. He bounces back to take the checkered flag. Oscar Roach closing to within a couple of tenths right at the death there, with Ashton Redpath in third place and Carter Clarkson the winner among the Academy drivers. We now will turn our attention to the 125 heat race, and we'll join you for that in just under 10 minutes.
I sent that in the car squeak and that's Mark squeaking.
Driving down the street is your lightning bolt.
I can't hear him when he goes down to do his shoelaces. Good luck, Tuss. Whatever you do, just push.
Time now for our seniors to go racing. 1-2-5 heat coming up for you. And it was an ultra competitive qualifying session in which the dominant force in this championship, Sam Faulkner, was denied the pole position by Ethan Critchley, who you see there in the white helmet, 3-2-5 on the pole. And third to fifth, extremely competitive, just half a temp between the top two, but then the gap between third to fifth, just 0.02 of a second. As we have a spin, a collision, 3 carts off on the parade lap here, and 2 of them, well, they're going to push their carts back onto the circuit, and now, these are instances in which we are happy to have the clerk of the course situated right next to our commentary area and the chance to see exactly what the procedure should or would be here. They will, of course, be told to go around again for now. And it'll be interesting to see exactly what will happen, who will get to regain their starting positions, who will not. But 3 carts colliding there on the outlap from the dummy grid. It appears one of them was Oliver Rowan, and it did happen up towards the front of the field there. So Oliver Rowan we know was one. We also know that Oscar Walmsley-Jones was another. Not so sure about the third, as we have another driver in trouble. Just down towards the bottom corner there, and that was this time the number 4 of Bill Basic. And now they're going around extremely quickly, trying to keep heat in the tyres, but one rather suspects that it will be difficult to get a start given the circumstances that we have had. Every attempt will be made to get one. And it does appear for the moment that everybody is aligned. So let's see. The question here is going to be about keeping the pace right down as we come around the final corner of the gearbox circuit. And do we get a start? We get a start, and Faulkner slow away and right into second place there. Behind Critchley goes Tom Snape. Faulkner going to try and come back in towards the loop there, and then running slightly wide, but setting up a good run through the top bend was Snape. Down towards the dogleg they go. Already a big lead for Critchley. Faulkner goes to second place and gets it. And that might let in... they could go 3 wide here at the exit. And it's actually 3-3-3. Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who was one of those involved in the coming together on the sighting lap. And up into third he goes. A double pass at the exit of the dogleg. It allows a bit of a breakaway for Critchley in the lead, and Faulkner in second place, well ahead of third now. And Faulkner will be firmly locked in on our race leader. All the action, if it's going to come anywhere, it's going to come in the fight for third. And here is a move to the inside. We didn't see it on our TV screens there, but it does look as if a move for third was made there. We'll check as they come around, because it was Oscar Walmsley-Jones that was in third, and there's... well, let's see. Third, 336 is Henry Foot. Then it's Snape, Owen and Walmsley Jones all the way back to 7th in the end. Just, that's what happens at the dogleg. You get past or you take the wrong line and it costs you so much momentum through the following corners because you're basically going through an acceleration zone there all the way through to the elbow effectively. And so you lose a lot of time going up there. So Critchley leads Faulkner. Big gap to third now, it's 1.7 seconds. 3/10 between Critchley and Faulkner. And with 6.5 minutes to go, we may well have a battle going in towards the closing laps. It looks like a bit less than that now already between that front two. Snape looking to challenge for third as they come towards the end of the lap. Once again, the front two through the elbow. It's going to be around 2/10 now. It is exactly 2/10 between Critchley and Faulkner. A move back in the pack and 3-2-9 there that was. Daniel Weir having to pull out of one at Paddock Bend as he was looking to pass Carl Watt in the 6. Karts look so unstable there going into the dogleg. Always looks like somebody's about to loop it, as we saw on the opening lap of the 62 race. And Faulkner ahead. Faulkner has taken the lead. He's moved ahead. Ethan Critchley, the gap on the, now it corrects, the gap on the timing screens initially showed .000, but it was .255 as you can see now. And you wonder if Faulkner now will maybe just go and run and hide, so to speak. Foot beginning to pull away a little bit in that fight for third place, and now we're looking really at the battle for fourth between Tom Snape and Oliver Owen, and a little bit further behind there's a good scrap for what is 7th place there, and that's Tommy Welsh and Kurt Fordrick. Faulkner just pulling out an extra 10th on that lap over Critchley as we have a contact warning for Ferris Bill Basie, who was one of several to have problems prior to the start of the race. Faulkner looks like he's pulled away a little bit again on this lap. Critchley, as we looked at them at the back of the circuit, looked like he gained a little, but Faulkner overall quicker around the entirety of the lap. 4 minutes to go as we continue to watch the battle for fourth. The gap extended a bit from Snape to Owen, now 0.3 of a second between that duo. Once again, Critchley looking like he's gained a little bit going out of the exit of the dogleg, but then just losing out a little bit on the run up towards the elbow. And through the final corner they come once again, and the fight still very much on for fourth place, with Snape now leading, going by just 1/10 and a half. And a side-by-side, and that is the battle for fourth. As Critchley continues to hold on to Faulkner. We couldn't quite see who came out on top there. It looks as if Snape is still just ahead, but Critchley has reeled Faulkner back in here, and the gap is under 0.2. And the win still being hotly contested after all, as there's a move and a little contact there, just coming around Paddock Bend in the pack. And there were 3 carts that came very close together there. I believe that was Bill Basie, Woodrow and Tuscany Groves. It might well have been Groves there with the contact. And Owen once again getting close to Snape, going into the dog leg there. And here they go, back round at the front. And I suspect it is a little closer. It is indeed a 10.5 now. Don't need to tell you the gap realistically. You can see the gap. But certainly we could see that it was closer. No sign of a move in the battle for the lead, nor in the battle for 4th as they go into the dogleg once again. But the competition still very much hot in the fight for those places. Critchley taking a little bit of a tighter line there through Bottom Bend. And now across the line they come. Still, as you were, between those front 2. It was slightly better on that lap from Faulkner. Our leading academy driver, by the way, is Ryan Williams in 14th overall in a battle there behind Tuscany Groves and Jake Woodrow. As it appears as if Faulkner has maybe just pulled out a little bit of a gap once again. He has indeed, as they come up towards the elbow. 45 seconds to go. So this should be the penultimate lap. Critchley may still be just gaining a little bit here. Faulkner looking to really pedal it down towards the dogleg. And I think Critchley has gained on this lap. But he's going to make a move. It's going to be now or never. Faulkner through the elbow. Critchley with a good run there. They're right together now. Will there be a move? Right on the bumper is Critchley going into Paddock Bend. Into the loop. Faulkner takes the shallow line into the corner. And it'll allow now Critchley to try and take the wider line into the top bend and maybe a chance for a move. Faulkner goes defensive. This cost... And Critchley's going to go to the outside and then set up the over and under. It's a good line there, however, from Faulkner. And the move, if there's going to be one, it has to be into the elbow. Critchley's going to have to send it into the elbow here. And we can see Faulkner, is he taking... Yes, he is taking the defensive line. Will it set up a photo finish? Faulkner has the line through the final corner and right on the bumper. They cross the line, but it's Faulkner that holds on. Critchley was in position there, but just couldn't quite make it happen. We were just about to say, as they went into the dogleg there, that going defensive cost in the DRS 62 race. It cost Carter Inskip Clarkson 4th place on that final lap there to Lucas Esser in that race, but Sam Faulkner executed that same move to perfection, held the line through both of the apexes there, and took the defensive line into the elbow and held on for the win. The gap in the end was just 0.09 of a second, and in the end that being the closest margin between any two drivers out on track as the flag fell. Henry Foote in the end finishing 3rd, closing to just 1.1 seconds of the two leaders in the end. It was bigger than that earlier on, with Tom Snape holding off Oliver Owen in that fight for 4th place that actually, with a couple of laps to go, looked like that was going to be more hotly contested than the fight for the win. But as it is, it's Faulkner that takes the checkered flag, but definitely one of his harder fought victories of the season over Ethan Critchley. And Foote, Snape and Owen rounding out the top 5, and the remainder of the top 10, Oscar Walmsley-Jones, Tommy Welsh, Kurt Fordry, Daniel Weir and Cole Watt. And after a tumultuous couple of sighting laps, we finally get the race underway, and it's clean, and it brings us the action that we were hoping for here in the Daniel Ricciardo series. This is round 5 at Little Rissington, and coming up next is our heat race for the DRS 100s.
Good shot.
You little beauty.
You're in matches those times, so I might have to like give it a little bit.
Your bum back.
Too heavy. Did you take it off? I need to get rid of the weight.
So how do you know your laptop?
Oh, it's a race, so it doesn't matter.
Charlie, maybe you're just too heavy.
Yeah, I know. I said that. I said I'm too heavy.
What time are we going on? Take the padding out.
Well, I was 146 when the game was last time, so... What is the limit? 142? Yeah.
Is that 4 kilos overweight, mate? Huh? Is that 4 kilos overweight? That's over. Oh, what does that sound like?
Most fuel.
Why are we just all standing around trying to...
Is that video there?
Why are we all standing around?
Look how clean that front one.
go round the outside. Okay. Around the outside on the line up that. Okay. Don't go mega fast down the back straight. Okay. And then we're going to go round again. When you come up to the lights, okay, you need to make sure you're in the tram lines. Looking for the yellow cones for the acceleration. Remember, you can't come out of your lane until the lights go off, guys, yeah? Okay, might rain, so keep an eye on your visor for rain, yeah?
So we don't go through the gold level through the
No, not on the rolling up.
Not until it goes.
Yeah, when you go racing, back to the normal track, all right? Ready?
Back we are with the heat here for the DRS 100 drivers who are absolutely sending it around this outlet from the pits. We have had a little bit of rain in between the 125 heat and this race here. Once again, the rain coming from the same direction, just around the first corner paddock bend over to our left. Basically coming from the airfield, the RAF airfield, and it would appear as if we have gotten away with any significant impact on the racing once again, as we get ready now for these juniors to take the start, providing they get themselves slowed down. Here we go, Robinson will lead them, and side by side, big contact, oh, a huge incident! There's some 4 carts involved, and I think Ratford was one of those caught up in it, and it looked a very bad one indeed. We really, really hope Ratford getting up and out had another driver riding all over the races. We hear the races going to be red flagged. And it looked like the drivers on the, and here they are, they're coming to stop, but it looked like, from what we saw initially, the drivers on the left-hand side just kind of pulled across. Here we'll see the replay, and, well, it's a chain reaction, really. So 168, that Scarisbrick just didn't get a good run to the start, and over the top of Ratford there, that's the 160 that just rode all over the top of Charlie Ratford there, and thankfully okay is Charlie Ratford after that incident out of the kart. Whether he will take the restart will be the question. There may well be a need for some repairs potentially. Sherry-Ann Powell is still at the accident scene alongside Ratford.
No, the ones that benefit from that crash, they would have had the result of their life.
Yeah, well, if that's what happened with Max. When Max ended up, you got basically lost first place.
Well,
It was a red flag. Hooton.
Chance for
Got in front, and then they were starting, and then you got punted out.
the spectators here and those of you watching on the stream on Facebook and on YouTube to just breathe a sigh of relief there. that everyone appears to be okay after that incident, and it simply appeared to be caused by Scarisbrick there on the outside of the front row, just not getting away right, and I believe it would have been Milcharski behind him, who had a sensational qualifying, that had to pull out to the right, and others around him simply not expecting that move. The drivers are going to get a talking to, and that will be standard after such an accident as big as that. But it's difficult to say really if anybody is truly and firmly to blame for that one. It seems as if really everybody in that accident a victim of circumstance after Conor Scarisbrick just simply wasn't able to get up to speed on the outside of the front row there. Tyre marks all over the cart of Ratford, who is now just wheeling his cart into position back behind Scarisbrick there, as the drivers all get their talking to. And certainly that's going to be a talking point at lunch to see exactly what the conversation is about here after that really, really scary accident with 4 carts being involved and Charlie Ratford having one cart climbing all over his back. Must be a very, very scary thing to be involved in. And fortunately, everybody walking away and seemingly fine. So for those of you just tuning in for whatever reason, a 4-cart pile-up at the start, interrupting the beginning of the DRS 100 heat race here at Little Rissington. I'm sure you all have seen all the drivers just scattering a moment ago. I suspect everyone at the circuit has a much better idea than ourselves up in the commentary position as to exactly what's going to happen as regards potential repairs for the drivers. It does look as if, indeed, mechanics and personnel working alongside the drivers are going to be allowed out onto the circuit. You can see them out there now. And you suspect that this might be a relatively lengthy delay as a result before everybody can take a restart fairly. And of course, this isn't a senior level car race where once you're out, as we see the accident once again. And so it was Powell, Sutton, Ratford, and the 160 of Freddie Farrell there. And it was Farrell that rode over the top there of Charlie Ratford. But the incident really being caused by Scarisbrick being unable to get up to speed. And I'm sure that no fault of his, just a circumstantial thing, and behind Jakub Milcharski having to pull out as a result, and then the contact taking place. I believe Milcharski there would have come across on the 3rd place driver there, and that would have been Freddie Farrell. And then as they get caught up in a tangle, Farrell riding over the top there of Charlie Ratford. I think we should take a pause here because it does seem as if we're going to have a pretty lengthy delay here, as you can see the carts all being wheeled away from the track. So we'll take a pause and we'll see just exactly what has happened as a result of the fallout here from this first lap accident that has red flagged our DRS 100 heat race here at Little Rissington.
Where's Dom? Dom is literally moving.
Check. You've got time. You've got about 4 minutes before they're due to come back out.
Yeah, that was like.
Yeah.
They crashed.
Yeah, no, nothing's done. You got another one? He went outside, bounced, on you. Yeah, on like the back of me? Yeah, right there. And yeah, I couldn't run for him. No, there.
Okay, so there should be one person with the driver, please. And the person with the car. One person with the driver, please. Otherwise, clear the grid.
Okay, it's one mate. Fine.
We don't need it. Okay, we don't need it for now.
Charlie, you okay?
7, 7, 30, 66, 3.
Where's Sherry on?
Where's Charlie? Charlie got Cherry? Concentrate too much on one.
Well, that's it. So if it was been like that.
I know. Lucky you weren't involved because everybody on the outside.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
You're all. Oh, yeah. I don't know what happened.
You made more spots on here.
one rolling lap?
Try to go through the time. Ready?
Back once again with a race ready to go, or at least ready to go in a couple of moments, and hopefully it is much safer than what we had a few moments ago. Just spoken to Andy, consensus seems to be too many drivers going for the same piece of tarmac. One of those deals. Just fortunate to see that after such a severe accident that everybody is okay, and those who needed to get repaired got repaired, and it looks like we're going to start first time by, and indeed we do. And leading through the first corner there is indeed Robinson, and it's Scarisbrick who slots in to second place. Looks like everybody has held their grid positions. There is one off towards the back of the field. Charlie Ratford a little bit out of shape there, and one running wide towards the front of the field. It may well have been Scarisbrick. We couldn't quite tell. It was just out of our camera shot there on the live feed. Oh, and off coming towards the elbow, towards the middle of the pack, as around they come to complete the first lap, and that might well be damage there. That going off there was the 166. And Sherry-Ann Powell is the one that went off earlier on that first lap. The 166, meanwhile, is Dorian Malek, who started up in 5th place. So one of the usual contenders with problems, and one of the optimistic front runners also encountering problems. Looks like Scarisbrick is closing in on Robinson here as we head towards the elbow for the second time. Third, meanwhile, getting a really good start is that's Archie Cole in the 156. As we keep an eye on Robinson and Scarisbrick here. But Archie Cole started all the way back in 12th place. And a contact warning there for Daniela Sutton as you see them battling towards the kind of the midfield there, really. Going through the dogleg, Scarisbrick still all over the back of Robinson. Charlie Ratford recovering from that horrendous accident earlier on in 5th place, so up one position, and looking at the back of Freddie Farrell there for 4th. As they come through top bend and down to the dogleg, and Ratford, I think, wanted to make a move there. Jakub Milcharski has dropped back to 9th, our leading novice by quite some distance in qualifying, and held that 4th place on the first lap, but now back several positions as the front two come across the line once again, and that is the big battle out on circuit along with the 4th and 5th place. Robinson takes the defensive line and still holding the lead as they go through the loop and the top bend. Ratford not in a position, nobody really among our front runners in a position to make the move going into the dogleg. And it looks like Robinson here may well have just pulled out a slight gap in that fight for the lead as Charlie Ratford now Still hot on the heels of Freddie Farrell there. I think Ratford, after, of course, it was Freddie Farrell that rode over the top of Ratford, as there could be a move on here, and Ratford does indeed take the place. Farrell, for a moment there, looked like he was going to try and continue fighting it through the second part of the dogleg, and through goes Liam Karabelov. Scarisbrick still shadowing Robinson, and Ratford now loses the place to Karabelov. So it's a great fight there for fourth, with 4.5 minutes to go in our heat. And what all that fighting between that trio means is that what was a three-way fight for fourth is now more like a potentially a 5 or 6-way fight. There's several drivers right together, and a move around the outside there for about 6th place, as we see that actually on our screens, as here comes Robinson through once again. And the move there was between Farrell and Sutton. So Farrell losing several places, having held 4th place there ahead of Ratford earlier on. And Ratford frustrated now in 5th, but this time behind Liam Karabelov. And a move there by Sutton, that is, on Farrell there, but Farrell getting the up and under as they go through bottom bend and up towards the elbow. Sutton going to look for another move to the outside. She goes, tucks back in, setting up something maybe in the turn one. Got to be careful you don't lose out there to Maximilian Reed behind. They round top bend. Looking defensive is Farrell. Sutton right on the back bumper there. As through we go around bottom bend. Scarisbrick is still right there in the battle with Jack Robinson. Just over 2 tenths between them, but can't seem to carve out an opening. Meanwhile, Liam Karabelov now is closing in on Archie Cole in the fight for 3rd. Robinson, it appears, is beginning to just pull away slightly now as they get to the dogleg once again. And now we pick up that fight for 3rd. Cole, Karabelov to the inside, going into the elbow. Got it done initially, but looking back round the outside, Archie Cole not quite able to get in position to make the pass going into paddock bend, and now Ratford will try and pressure for 4th place. Scarisbrick, meanwhile, back within 2 tenths of our leader, Robinson. So we have a fight for the win and a 3-way fight for 3rd. And really the key for Karabelov here has got to be to try and pull out as big a gap as you can, as here comes Ratford for 4th. Has to hang it around the outside of the final corner. Not quite able to do so, and that is allowing Karabelov to pull away as we have less than a minute to go. Might well be that we have 2 laps at the end of this one added on. And here goes now the move for 4th. Ratford gets it done but runs wide. And back ahead goes Archie Cole. And that, you would have to say, is pretty much settled third place for Leon Karabelov. As we once again look back, we're seeing Cole and Ratford on the screen, and that is the best battle on track. We're keeping an eye out on the lead as well. It looks like Robertson on this lap has pulled out a slight gap once again. And Ratford now goes for the opposite move from before and positions himself well to get the exit from the dogleg, to get past Archie Cole. Going defensive now into the elbow is Ratford as we're on to the final lap. And Cole just clouted the inside curve but got a good run back on Ratford. And now Sutton going forward. That's fantastic stuff. It looked as if the unconventional line bouncing over the curb almost got Cole back ahead of Ratford, but it didn't. And as a result, Daniela Sutton takes advantage. Through the dogleg he goes. Scarisbrick still right on the back, but don't think he's close enough to make the move for the win. As Robinson is going to hold on to the victory from lights to flag. We've got a spin in the midfield at the dogleg as Robinson wins, and it's going to be Karabelov into third, and who will take fourth, and battling over the line, a photo finish for fifth place. And it's Daniela Sutton that takes it, but there was contact through the final corner. Ratford in the end got fourth, and Sutton and Cole battling right to the flag, and the gap over the line is 0.01, just a hundredth of a second in the fight for fifth place. And you do, in the end, have to feel a little bit sorry there for Archie Cole storming through from 12th to 3rd in the early laps and then falling back after being passed by Ratford, in the end finishing in 6th place. And so the top 10 in the end. Jack Robinson the winner, Connor Scarisbrick second, shadowing Robinson all the way. It's Karabelov who finishes third after a crucial pass on Archie Cole that Ratford took quite a bit longer to make en route to 4th place. Daniela Sutton nabbing 5th in that photo finish we mentioned. Archie Cole 6th. Maximilian Reed 7th ahead of Freddie Farrell, Benjamin Baker and Jakub Milicharski finishing as the top novice in 10th and comfortably the best novice in the end. And well, that was a race that after that accident on the initial start, a very, very scary one indeed. Great to see them all the way and safely through the race. And in the end, it's Robinson, the championship leader, that takes a crucial victory. And we now head for our lunch break here at Little Rissington. And we'll be back on the air. It may well be that we take a shortened lunch. Of course, keep abreast of the live screens and, of course, the timing as well to keep abreast of exactly what's going to happen in terms of when we restart here at Rissington. But for now, that's the end of our morning session. Jack Robinson, the winner in the DRS 100 heat.
the two of them. Oh, it's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Sherry Paul and Campbell Billy.
Welcome back to Little Rissington for round 5 of the Daniel Ricciardo series. It's been a drama-filled morning, and we were very, very relieved after that big accident that happened that caused the red flag at the start of the DRS 100 race, that everybody was okay and safe to resume, and everyone got the repairs they needed to get back out on the circuit. Unfortunately, that did not quite happen over at the Vintage Sports Car Club meeting over at Mallory Park yesterday. Motorsport UK were announcing that Roger Twelvetrees lost his life in an incident at that meeting over there. And the thoughts of everyone here at Little Rissington are with his family and friends, and also the members of the Vintage Sports Car Club, and all members of the motorsport community have their thoughts with Roger Twelvetrees and his family after the sad accident that happened yesterday. We will now be having a minute's silence ahead of our DRS 62 pre-final to remember Roger Twelvetrees. Welcome back to Little Rissington, round 5 of the Daniel Ricciardo series, and we hope that the remainder of the afternoon will go ahead safely and that we can avoid the kind of incident that we had earlier. Thankfully, everybody okay as a result of, after, we should say, the incident that happened over at Turn 1. Charlie Ratford being involved, having, I believe it was Freddie Farrell, it was indeed, landing on him there, and also involved were Sherry Ann Powell and Daniela Sutton, but everybody walking away and able to race again. Although Sherry Ann Powell actually stopped on the first lap, just to see if we could maybe catch her at some point, just to verify whether or not that stoppage was a direct consequence of the accident. As we see the 62s back out on circuit for the pre-final. And of course, just touching on that information we relayed earlier about Roger 12 Trees, we do hope that we can have a safe meeting here and race in respect of him and his life. Once again, those of you who are just tuning in to the live feed over on Facebook and YouTube, you may not have seen the drivers using the outer layout, the gearbox layout as they call it here at Little Rissington. Of course, they go around the final 3 corners, the button bend, and then through the elbow and the final corner right in front of our commentary position. They would normally go through those on racing laps, but when they take the start, they go around the outer gearbox circuit. It effectively gives them a longer run to start the race. It's really too short of a start-finish straight here at Little Rissington to have a real rolling start. Looks like the drivers this time are coming around in an orderly manner. And we'd anticipate a green flag, although there is a flag being waved over on the far side of the circuit. I don't know if that's going to interrupt proceedings. Looks like we will start. We do indeed. Harley Drake taking the lead to begin with, and Redpath moving into second. Ahead of Esser, there was a hearing that there may be a false start. It is indeed. So we will go again. I'm just trying to see why that may be the case. Can only imagine that they came down a little too quickly. So we try again. Hopefully, we won't see the there you go. There's the confirmation that they came down too quickly. I think, if anything, it may have been that they accelerated too quickly out of the final corner. And here we go. Andy's going to guide them. Now they'll go. That looked better. And Roach is going to try and hold the position on the outside, but he can't. Redpath does get into second. And a big move being made around the outside there for 5th place. So taking the lead there of the Academy class. It's hard to tell who that was. We'll get confirmation of that as they come back around. But for a moment at least, Carter Inskip Clarkson will not head that class as into the dogleg we go. And a move being made by Lucas Sessa. Roach holds a position initially, but then the up and under. And the 111 was the driver that made the move, and that was Jakob Zoltz with a brilliant move around the outside to take the lead initially, and then contact at the exit of the dogleg between he and, I can only imagine it was Inskip Clarkson. So here we go, top 2 pull away. Redpath taking a shallow line there into Paddock Bend, and now through the loop they go. And so it is a contact warning there. We just saw it on our screen. I believe it was Inskip Clarkson. We were just looking at the circuit before we saw that on the screen. Rain beginning to fall. As we keep an eye on the front of the circuit. And this is heavier rain than we've had all day. So they're going to have to be careful as they come through the elbow here. The slippery surface flag comes out as Drake continues to lead Redpath. And the DRA actually has dropped back and a move for the lead in the Academy class. Believe that's Ruben Jenkins getting around Jakob Zulk into Paddock Bend. Through the loop they go. Drake continues to lead Redpath. Roach is 0.8 of a second back. Coming up to the elbow once again. They're all fairly well spread out right now. They're in relatively close contact, but nobody pulling out any kind of big lead on anybody else. Now the battle begins to get underway, and this is between, we just saw on the screen Drake having a big bump. He must have clattered a curb there going through the turn 3 there. But the battle further down the field is between Jakob Schultz and Carter Rinskip Clarkson. So we have 6 minutes to go. And Redpath now close right in on Drake. And side by side he goes to the outside, getting a good run out of the elbow. Meanwhile, Rinskip Clarkson is now having a look at the academy leader, Ruben Jenkins. Drake goes wide through the loop, but holds the lead, and a contact further back in the academy class. And was that might well have been Jakob Schultz there. We'll double check that for you as Redpath closes in on Drake under braking for the dogleg, and it looks like Gesser is going to make a move on the exit on Roach, potentially for third. Through they come, the rain picking up intensity now as Drake comes under more pressure than he has done for the entire day so far, and he doesn't get a good run through the elbow there. Redpath will try and take advantage around the outside of the final corner. He can't, they're nearly contact as he tried to tuck back in behind. And it was indeed Jakob Schultz that was and off in turn 2. A spinner out in turn 2, and the top 4, top 5. Contact leaders! Drake and Redpath came together. I don't quite know how that happened. Presumably, Redpath missed his braking zone because there was some distance between them. Here we go. We'll see the replay now. No, Drake lost it. Drake lost it, and so did Redpath. They both had separate incidents, and now we have a full course yellow, and the leader is Oscar Roach, and Carter Rinskip Clarkson, having fallen down to third in the academy category, is now second overall. And now the question is going to be, do we get a restart? If so, when? How long will there be? And could we have an outright winner from the academy class? Ruben Jenkins is up to 4th, with Redpath down to 5th and Drake down to 6th. And Drake, who has been the class of the field almost all day, and he just begins to elude the pressure of Redpath before the spin, and now it looks as if okay, so we're not going green yet. We heard something about going green, but that's not the case. And they slow right down, and now there seems to be a problem here for Oscar Roach. And Oscar Roach can't get up to speed, and in the pack, we're saying full course yellow, but we look like we're racing out there. And it's the DRA of Rinskip Clarkson that is leading the field right now. And here they come. He goes wide there, does Inskip Clarkson, and that, I believe, has allowed Esser back into things. And Harley Drake all of a sudden is in third, clouts the curb. We are indeed racing. And it's Redpath now in the lead. Everything changing, and Esser has dropped back down to 9th. Roach, meanwhile, nowhere to be found. So here we go. Redpath and Inskip Clarkson will challenge for the win. It appears if the rain has stopped. Here comes Inskip Clarkson. Closing in, under braking. Not able to make the move there on Ashton Redpath. And now it appears as if Redpath is just beginning to pull away. Move around the outside there. And that's for 4th place overall. And that's from Neo Loiso. And there's action seemingly wherever you look here at Little Rissington. And Redpath for the moment doesn't seem to have quite shaken off Inskip Clarkson. Through the dogleg they go. Redpath gets a decent exit. Through bottom bend, now up to the elbow once again. Harley Drake moved up to 3rd quickly after the restart, but as we got a battle for 4th, and that is the 1-1-1. That's Schultz getting back ahead there initially, but then down the inside, that's the 1-3-2, and that is Luiso. So still the battle for 2nd in the academy class is on. As they go side by side, and Redpath goes a little wide, but that'll give him a good exit. Out of top bend, and now down towards the dogleg they go. And it looks like Cotswolds has lost out there, losing a couple of positions. Ruben Jenkins, it appears, would have gotten past. And Inskip Clarkson now right on the back of Redpath, and will look to the inside, going on to start the final lap, and he's going to take the lead as the rain returns. Well, this is going to be the ultimate test of skill. Holding on to the overall win as an academy driver, and they're still, Cotswolds is still in the wars, going right at it there for what I believe is now 5th overall. It is indeed, with Ruben Jenkins, who's gotten back ahead of Jenkins there somehow. And here they go, up towards the elbow for the final time. And Redpath for the moment appears as if he's too far back. We're going to have an academy overall winner. Carter Inskip Clarkson takes it from Redpath in a race where there was so much action and overtaking thanks to the rain that we quite frankly simply did not know where to look. So it's a DRA winner. Redpath being denied in literally at the start of the last lap. They crossed the line to start the last lap side by side. Harley Drake rescues 3rd. I suppose for Drake and Redpath, it's a moral victory for both, because after spinning out at the same time in separate incidents over at the dogleg, they managed to rescue 2nd and 3rd place out of it. So a wild race in the end, and it's big disappointment for Oscar Roach. I believe he would have gone off over at turn 2, because we can now see that there's 2 carts over there making their way back towards the pits. And the final result, Inskip Clarkson the winner, Ashton Redpath 2nd, Harley Drake 3rd, as we mentioned, Neo Luiso in 4th, Jakob Salt fighting everywhere, it appeared, in the effort to take 5th place, was so nearly 4th, and then Ruben Jenkins in 6th. And we, wow, definitely time to catch your breath after that one. We had drama for reasons we'd rather not see in the 100 heat, and we start our afternoon with drama for all the best of reasons. We're going to be back in just a few moments, actually. The DRS 125 pre-final is going to be getting underway very, very shortly. So we will take a quick break and be back with you in a moment.
If you have to go round and someone's trying to get back in, it would be very nice and considerate of you if you let that person back in. Otherwise, really, your position that you've got isn't the true position that you finished the racing because you haven't let the person take the place that they should have had.
Barely a chance to catch our breath after that pulsating 62 pre-final where there was just so much action. You barely even knew where to look. Disappointment for Lucas Esser and Oscar Roach after that full course caution. Redpath and Drake bouncing back from simultaneous spins at the dogleg as the rain came and went again. And we ended up with an academy driver taking the overall win. Carter and Skip Clarkson doing so well in the first race, but take your hat off for an even better effort in the second. And Now back, of course, with the 125s, and some of this group put on a quite spectacular show earlier on for us as well. Ethan Critchley losing out to Sam Faulkner in the early going, but stuck to the task and very, very nearly going side by side with Faulkner over the finish line. Less than a tenth of a second between them at the checkered flag. More of the same, please, from a neutral's perspective. As always, before the race start, they go around the outer layout, the gearbox circuit here at Little Rissington, and up towards the last 90-degree right-hander we go, and we look to set ourselves for a start. And we get one, and Faulkner and Critchley pretty much level, and Critchley actually almost pulling ahead, and a contact there around about third place, as it looked like Snape was hit from behind, and whoever it was that hit him, we couldn't quite make it out. They lost some ground there, lost a couple of positions at least. Defensive move being made by Critchley going into the and a spinner towards the back of the pack. Well, that is a single plate there, and I just wonder if maybe that might have been Oscar Owen there. No, it wasn't. So Faulkner leading by almost half a second coming across the finish line. And the battle we're seeing on screen is for third place. And this is Snake and Foot. And Owen is right in it, as it's Foot there looking to make a move, and he took a tight line into the dog leg, but comes out safely and without his line compromised. As back round they come to complete the second lap, and Faulkner looks like he may well have edged out a little bit more of a gap. Just slightly, just less than half a tenth. And they're pretty well spread out between the top three. And the fight is for fourth and fifth. And here's a move. Foot going wide through top bend, and through goes Oliver Owen. Back they come again. Snake looks like he's pulled away a little bit now as a result of Oliver Owen's move for fourth place. Battle we're seeing on the screen now is between Tommy Welsh and Daniel Weir for seventh. Oscar Walmsley Jones pressuring Henry Foot ahead of them, and Foot still in touch with Oliver Owen. As the clouds once again loom large to our left. But the track dry for the moment. Faulkner once again coming around the elbow and into the final corner. Looks like Oliver Owen is closing in on Snake. The gap between them, 3/10 of a second now. Looks like everybody is in relatively close contact, but there's no moves imminent at the moment. As Faulkner leads them through the dogleg. Through bottom bend and up towards the elbow once again. 5.5 minutes to go. And with the way the field is at the moment, there's nothing that's going to happen imminently, although there is a battle shaping up there. That's 6 and 3-2-6. That's Cole Watton and Peter Hugler. Hugler, who qualified very well earlier today. And he's got himself a contact warning there. Qualified up in 5th place, just 200ths off of 3rd. But back in 12th at the moment. Or, excuse me, in 11th in this pre-final. So you can just tell that when they get slightly spread out like this, it usually means that somewhere, somehow, someone is going to close in and make a battle of things. It's a calm before the storm, if you will, and it looks like the storm is going to come from Oliver Owen and Tom Snape. Snape a second back from Ethan Critchley, whose challenge of Faulkner is not going as well as it did in the heat. But Owen versus Snape appears to be the main fight on the track between now and the end of the race. And Owen closing right in on the bumper as they go into Paddock Bend. And I think maybe just the slightest of nudges through turn 2. Penalty being announced for 3-4-5. And that's someone further down the field, or unless that's 3-3-5, it is indeed. No 3-4-5 in the race. And Owen is ahead of Snape, and you would have seen that on your screens, and now bouncing over the curbs is Henry Foote in his pursuit of 3rd place. The three of them right together. Owen begins to pull out a slight gap as a result of getting past Snape there. Through the dogleg they go. Faulkner's lead now just under a second. It looks like he's weathered the storm pretty well this time by. En route to a potentially another clean sweep sans the pole position, which was of course taken by Critchley. And we suddenly have a little sun coming out. The clouds look very menacing, as we said earlier, off to our left, but I wonder if they're going to miss the circuit. It's going to miss the backside of the circuit from where we are. We turn our attentions once again to the fight for 3rd place. You've been watching it throughout. Looks like Snape may be coming under pressure here from Foote. We see them going through Paddock Bend into the loop. Once again, it doesn't look like there's any chance to set up a move. But you suspect that means there's one coming before the end of the race. They'll always close right back up. That is, of course, unless you're Sam Faulkner. Now a second ahead, and it looks bigger than a second as they come round. And there's almost 1.3 now. Snape keeping going honest in the battle for 3rd, and if anything, he is closer to 3rd than Henry Foote is to him. Just see them once again through the dogleg. And now a move being made for 4th. Well, that came from quite some way back. Henry Foote there catching Tom Snape napping a little bit. Into the elbow and through he went. I mean, it was a great move because once you get down the inside there, the defending driver can't turn in you essentially get put into a position as a defending driver there where you either back out or crash. And that's because of the timing of that move from Henry Foote. Great pass to take fourth. And now the main battle on the circuit appears to be between number 8 and 329, which is Welsh and Weir. This is a battle we were watching a little bit earlier in the race on the stream. Just a tenth between them as we are now on the final lap. And Faulkner's lead is a dominant 1.5 seconds at this point. By DRS standards, that's a big, big lead. Through comes Faulkner. Through the upper, round the final corner and wins. Ahead of Critchley, Owen taking third, Snake being pushed back to fifth in the end, and Tommy Welsh holds on to 7th place in that close battle we had remaining out of the contenders. So Faulkner makes it back-to-back wins for the day. Critchley once again second. Oliver Owen, who threatened to take a top 3 place in the heat, does so in the pre-final. And so that's your top 3 here at Little Rissington. They head back towards scrutineering, and we will see them again for their grand final. And that'll be at 2:55. But for now, next up is the DRS 100 pre-final. Welcome back. We're here on the grid with the DRS 100s ahead of their pre-final, and they have really seen a bit of rough and tumble so far this afternoon, and hopefully we'll get more action but less of that kind of drama. We'll go and speak to some of the drivers now. We'll see if we can speak to Jack Robinson first of all. I believe he's having some last-minute preparations onto his car. Jack, are you happy to have a chat? Just want to ask you first and foremost about fending off Conor Scarisbrick during the first heat race. He seemed to be all over you the whole race, but you just kept him just out of reach for making a move. How much pressure was that for you?
Yeah, quite a lot of pressure. I think we just need to try and push and pull away from Charlie and Liam.
This race, are you expecting more of the same?
I think so, yeah.
Did you see anything about the accident that happened behind? Do you have any thoughts on it?
I don't really know what happened, to be honest.
Focused on the job, Jack Robinson. I actually want to go over to the back of the grid because there was an incident during the first race, the first heat, involving Sherry-Ann Powell, and obviously she then pulled out, so she should be towards the back over in 147, and we're just looking to see if we can catch her. It doesn't look like... So that's 114. Here she is in 147 over to the outside here. Sherry-Ann, are you happy to have a chat and just clear up something that happened during the heat race for you?
Yeah.
So, obviously you pulled off right after the restart. You were involved in the accident. Are the two related?
Yeah. There was, I just got hit off down at that corner.
So you still had damage as a result of it?
I didn't get any damage, I just got hit off and I couldn't get back on the track.
Okay, so obviously here, it's a big challenge to try and get through all these cars. Are you, what's your target? What do you think you can get realistically?
I'm going to try and get first, but whatever I get up there, that's all I want, is to get up to the top 10. To go up to the top 10, that's all I want, but I want to get to first.
Fingers crossed for you. Build for the grand final coming up. Just want to see if we have a chance as well to potentially speak with Jakub Milcharski, who was excellent over in the heat there, finishing in 10th and as the leading academy driver. But right at the heart, of course, of that incident, some people weren't happy with you, but on one front as well, you were kind of caught behind Scarisbrick there. Is it just one of those things where instinct takes over and you make that move to the inside?
Yeah, it's just a bit of a late break and it's just a mistake that lots of drivers make. It's just random mistakes. We should need to learn from it.
What did Matt say anything to you? Well, obviously he said some things to you, but is there anything you're happy to relay about what he said to you?
He just said to stay in the tram lines and took like the line, because Andy said to do it when the lights go out, but obviously Matt said to do it on the line, which I'm a bit confused about which one to do.
Are you worried about the rain here? We won't be able to hear Jakub anymore, so let's go over. Back to the gantry, and we'll bring you the start of this DRS 100 pre-final. back we are, and ready for a start in the DRS 100 pre-final. Robinson holds the lead. Could be a move for second, but it looks like Scarisbrick is going to hold off. It appears as if that might be Daniela Sutton actually up in third already. So a good start from the inside row. Robinson, Scarisbrick. It actually looks at 130 there. So that would actually be there. Liam Karabelov, and that would make sense, of course, because he would have started in third. So through they come, first time around. And it's Ratford in fourth. Maximilian Reed with a good start up to fifth, and actually we rather put the jinx there on Daniela Sutton because she's yet to come around. Through they go. And through the dogleg. All in close contact, the top three in particular. Will Scarisbrick make a move for the first time today? He's almost bumping into Robinson as they go into the elbow there. And through they go, the top three. Robinson, Scarisbrick, Karabelov. Less than a tenth and a half between the three of them, and here comes a move, and I think there may have been the slightest of contact there, and Scarisbrick not able to make the move, and it's going to allow potentially Karabelov up in a second. Riding over the curb as they go down towards the dogleg, and through it they go, and despite all that close combat, we stay as we were. And now this time it's Karabelov looking to make the move, and if anything, Karabelov looks like the quickest of the bunch. So difficult to shape up a move into paddock there. We saw in the 62 race that Katarzyna Clarkson was able to do it. For a moment there, we were halfway wondering if Karabelov was going to do it. Good on the brakes there from Scarisbrick going into the dogleg. We said that Karabelov looked like just about the fastest, but there is really not much in it at all. As it looks like we had a change there for sixth place. And the battle would have been Archie Cole involved in that. No, there's no change as a matter of fact. And Karabelov suddenly dropping back a little bit. The gap showing us 4 tenths on our timing screens. Yeah, maybe that is about right, actually. Looked visibly less than 4 tenths, but now they just begin to spread out a little bit. There's just a couple of tenths between seemingly everybody. Around really third to fourth, there's a little gap. Fifth to sixth, there's a little gap. But otherwise, it's all close and nobody in a position to make a move. But like we say, just because there isn't anybody in a position to make a move right now doesn't mean that there isn't going to be a move in a couple of laps. You dare suggest it's almost certain there will be a move somewhere among them in the next couple of laps. And it looks like if that's going to come from anywhere, well, we were about to say it was going to come there from the fight for sixth. And there was a little contact behind there. Cole and Farrell. I believe Farrell may have just bumped the back of Cole there. And now side by side at the exit, and 156 ahead of 160, and that is Cole still ahead of Farrell. And there's just a couple of attempts between 4 of them, and once again more contact, and that time got Farrell a little bit out of shape. So contact from Baker there, and right away you see the warning appear on the screen. Robinson this time having A little bit of a better time holding off Connor Scarisbrick now. There is a gap opening up, and it looks to be, and is, half a second. Karabelov now within 0.2 of Scarisbrick for second. And you halfway suspect that Scarisbrick holding up Karabelov could well win this race for Robinson. We'll wait to see how it pans out with 3.5 minutes to go. Charlie Ratford not making any impression on that top three, surprisingly, as he has fallen back to almost 1.4 seconds behind Karabelov. So here comes that battle for second now, and nearly in position there for Karabelov. He was looking, he was trying to set it up. Just not quite. Look back to our novice drivers. Jakub Milcharski still the best of them in 13th. But Liren Evans is not too far behind in 16th in a good battle among the pack there. Karabelov once again right on the tail of Scarisbrick. And Ratford is having to hold on to 4th place ahead of Maximilian Reed. Ratford on the defensive. We saw at Hooton Park these two title challengers just had their fortunes constantly swinging back and forth throughout the day. Ratford at one point 10th at the red flag of the heat race there, suddenly finishing 4th and then winning the grand final with Robinson spinning off. But here it's Robinson that is holding the advantage throughout, and Ratford has lost 4th place to Maximilian Reed. And with 1.5 minutes to go, Robinson's lead now 6/10 over Scarisbrick. Karabelov looking to get the up and under and try and get a good exit there up against Scarisbrick, but Scarisbrick has good traction. And they come towards the elbow. Now through the final corner they come. Karabelov is so good at the exit of the elbow, and this time he is in position to make a move. 2nd place for Liam Karabelov. 1 minute to go. You suspect it's too little too late as far as the win goes. And indeed, Robinson showing us 9.5 ahead at the line. You suspect it's bigger than that, just looking at it visually. And now the question will be whether Karabelov can hold that 2nd place. Coming up to the elbow, so good. Oh, and Karabelov is hit. He's hit and loses 2nd, loses 3rd. Oh, that's so cruel after such an excellent drive, setting himself up so well through the exit of the elbow. I'm sure we'll see, and yeah, there it is, penalty for Scarisbrick, and the big beneficiary of that could be Maximilian Reed, potentially a chance for him to move up to 2nd, 3rd on the road as we run out of time, so this will be the penultimate lap. And as a result of all that, Robinson is well clear, 3.2 seconds. Scarisbrick, Reed, the gap is 1.2 seconds. But Reed, really, we look behind, Ratford is a 2nd behind Reed. The battle, if anywhere, is going to be between Ratford and Karabelov, but even 4/10 may be too much for Karabelov to make up. Farrell and Baker are very close together. Sherry-Ann Powell up to 8th from the back of the field, which she said that she was aiming for 10th wanting first, of course, but aiming for 10th as Jack Robinson wins. Scarisbrick takes second on the road. Whether he'll keep that is another question. Carabella very nearly did get Ratford back. Less than a tenth between them at the line. And in the battle for 9th place, Archie Cole just beats Cassidy Southall. Powell and Cole cross the line side by side to start the last lap. Just 2 1,000ths of a second between them. And so, Robinson wins. Scarisbrick provisionally second. There is a penalty coming his way. We just don't know what the damage will be as of yet. And so we'll get the provisional standing shortly. Just some deliberating between Andy and Matt that we can overhear. But there is a Robinson wins. Scarisbrick provisionally second. Max Malone Reed in third. Ratford fourth. Just ahead of Liam Karabelov, who was hit by Scarisbrick there, looking to keep hold of second place. And Freddie Farrell ahead of Benjamin Baker. Sherry Ann Powell with a fantastic drive from the back. And the top 10 rounded out by Archie Cole and by Cassidy Southall as they cross the line, separated by less than a tenth. So we now are going to head to what will be our first grand final of the day, and this will be our DRS 62s. They're due out on track in just under 7 minutes now. So we will take a quick pause and be back with you for the first real honours of the day, the first of our grand finals that will determine who stands on the podium.
When you come off camera too, I'll probably switch my batteries again just to be safe, because I'm on 39%. My tally's slow again, so you might have to just okay me when to start.
You've got to be really concentrating on when to go, haven't you?
back with you here for the DRS 62 Grand Final at Little Rissington. And, well, these cadets have arguably stolen the show here in round 5 of the Daniel Ricciardo series. The rain obviously spicing things up in the pre-final, but even before then we had a pretty good battle on our hands between Drake and Redpath before they both spun out going into the dogleg. Just seeing here for this race, Drake, of course, is lining up on pole position alongside Redpath. And they're just being told to cool it, slow it down a bit. So here they come around the gearbox circuit, skipping the dogleg for the moment, and they will come around. There's actually a problem over on the far side of the circuit, over to our right. Trying to see who that is. It may be Lucas Esser. Well, either way, we're not going to get a start. We'll see it on the camera in a moment. It does look like a yellow plate. Being pushed off the circuit. And it's not Lucas Esser, it's Roach. So Oscar Roach in some trouble, and appears as if he may not take the start in this grand final. Still over by the final corner of the gearbox circuit there. Just trying to listen to Matt to get some indication as to whether or not there will be a start. I'd be surprised if there was one this time by. We're going this time is the word, so cruel, cruel luck for Oscar Roach, who will lose significant ground to Ashton Redpath in the battle for the championship. And so here we go. Drake holds the lead from Redpath, but they go side by side through paddock and into 2. Redpath might have the line for the loop, but Drake gets in front and contact. And I think that's Jakob Saltz, it appears, in the 111. We're just looking to see if we can see the DRA there. It looks like that is Inskip Clarkson in 4th place. Just looking at the TV there, and he's actually going to lose out to 132 there, Luiso. As Drake leads them around the elbow. Redpath right on his tail. Redpath during the heat was banging his steering wheel in frustration en route to what was, by Daniel Ricciardo series standards, a distant 3rd. Now he's harassing Harley Drake for the overall win. Down towards the dogleg they go. There's no move there. Drake takes the wide line for the first apex, and it might give Redpath the exit. It does indeed. Around the outside, going in towards the bottom bend. Drake has the line, and he'll keep the place as they head towards the elbow. And Redpath is going to tuck back in for now. It will allow Lucas Esso to catch up, while Inskip Clarkson, after being overhauled initially by Luiso, is now at the head of the academy class once again. And the big fight there is going to be for second place. We mentioned the contact earlier. I believe it was Freddie Budd that was also involved with Cotswolds. And through the dogleg they go, and the top three just spread out a little bit now. Looks like Drake has pulled out the lead to a couple of tenths. I'd say Redpath is very good going through the elbow. As we come round, still 9.5 minutes to go, of course. We have quite a bit of extra time in these grand finals, and Drake will be wanting to stretch his legs here after being on pole by 0.4 of a second, give or take a thousandth. I think he'll have been going into the races thinking we can just race clear, but that's not the case, and Redpath making up ground on this lap. Into the elbow they go once again. Round the final corner, and our winner of the pre-final, Clarkson, he's in the lead of the academy class there, but Ruben Jenkins up to second there now has him well in his sights. The top three go into and out of the dogleg, and Lucas Sessa gets a good exit. Well, although that was a full course yellow. Full course yellow. Can only imagine this is for the retrieval of Jakob Schultz's cart. Andy is over, just collecting it from the outside of the top bend, and what this will mean is that our pack will gather back up. The top six are right together, and I believe we'll wait for the three behind, Kai Sidhu, Will Heath and Freddie Budd, to catch up before we go green again. We're going green this time round. It'll give the trailing trio plenty of time to catch up through the dogleg. And so Drake now will pace the field back round. And essentially, with what we imagine is around about 7 minutes to go, the race will reset. Bang on 7 minutes. And Drake slowly building up the speed, and I guess the big winner of that full course yellow will be Carter and Skip Clarkson, because it's a chance for him to get right on the back of the top three, whereas before he was at the head of that academy class, but he wasn't exactly pulling away from Ruben Jenkins. As here goes a move from Redpath into the elbow. He's taken the lead from Harley Drake, who realistically, that's the first time he's been overtaken in anger all day. Of course, he spun at the same time as Redpath as the rain fell in the pre-final. Drake coming back. Redpath is not quite getting the good line through the loop. There may have been the slightest of slight contact, and now Drake gets the exit. Oh, and there's a contact there. And did Drake move over there? That's the question. It was hard to tell. We didn't quite have the angle there on that particular camera position. It was just somewhat obscured by the marshal's post there. And the conversation we can hear outside, did he leave him room, is the question being asked. We'll see the replay again, see if we get a better angle of it. Make of that what you will. From that second angle, it looked almost as if they kind of turned into each other. I think Redpath may have been concerned that Drake was going to run him out of room. Interested to see how the stewards determine that one. On one front, they could just leave it alone. It doesn't really affect the race. Drake was alongside and just edging ahead, and now he is ahead, and Redpath has to do it again. But will the stewards see it that way is the question. Redpath is going to try and position himself for an up and under. I think something fell off of Drake's cart there. Something fell off of somebody towards the front, and it looked like Inskip Clarkson hit it, whatever it was. Well, Drake has pulled out a slight gap now. Pretty much even Stevens between the top four in terms of the gap between them, although Essa closes up a little bit on Redpath. Going into the start of another lap. 3.5 minutes to go. Who will be standing on the podium and who will be on the top step? Essa, if anything, is closer to Redpath for second now. Into the dogleg they come once again. Redpath, a bit of a tighter line through him there, going through the second part, but Essa doesn't close in. We're in another one of those holding patterns where they're all spread a little bit and something is going to happen somewhere between them. Meanwhile, in the academy class, we're watching Kaisidou at the moment. He is 4th of that class, 7th overall. It's Ruben Jenkins in second now, 2 seconds behind Cartoon Skip Clarkson in the battle for the academy win. I think Inskip Clarkson will want more, and certainly that full course yellow was a big benefit to him because Jenkins was keeping in touch with him prior to that, and now they're pretty well spread out among the academy drivers. As Redpath making a move on Drake, not quite, the door shut, and Inskip Clarkson is very close to Essa now. Redpath losing a bit of ground as a result, and Drake pulls clear by around half a second. It shows us 4 attempts. It may be a little more than that, because that would have cost Redpath momentum around paddock bend as well, and Essa closes in as Redpath runs a little wide through the loop. And now it could be a three-way fight for second. Essa, Redpath looks back. Through they go. Inskip Clarkson may have had the better line out on the exit there. And indeed, it remains with him being the closest to Lucas Essa, who gets a bad exit out off the elbow. But he'll have the favourable line for the final corner, and he holds on. Minute to go. Redpath this time gets his line right through the loop. And he has closed the gap to Harley Drake. 4.5 tenths as they came over the line. We're sure it's less than that. Well, I'll say that, but Drake gets a good run down to the dogleg. And I think he may have kept that gap. Once again, it's Inskip Clarkson looking for a yellow plate scalp, if you will. Took the overall win in the pre-final, but he'll want to stand on an overall podium after this grand final. They cross the line with time on the clock, so there will be 2 more laps after this, you'd think. Well, they say 2 laps now. And Drake this time has had his lead reduced. Redpath now on the attack as they head down towards the dogleg. through bottom bend. Is Redpath close enough? No, he's not. Can he get the run through the elbow? Yes, he can. He's not going to be able to pull to the outside there, but he's going to try and make himself up, but setting himself up well is Inskip Clarkson with a move up to third place ahead of Essa. That's the exact move that he pulled for the win on Redpath in the pre-final. And who knows, if something happens with the pair out front, he could pounce for an overall win here. Drake looks like he's pulled out a little bit of a gap once again, coming into the dogleg. So good he is, Harley Drake, through the loop, but Redpath is very close at the exit. And they're almost side by side. They are side by side, and Drake is edgewise, but he could be with a chance to make a go, and he will have a go. And they could be a three-way finish. Inskip Clarkson side by side with Redpath for second, and will he lose that to Essa? They cross the line. Drake wins. Redpath second, Inskip Clarkson third, Essa fourth. And once again, the DRS 62s, our cadets, we said right before this grand final that they had stolen the show today, and they do it yet again in the grand final. Harley Drake looked like he'd been edged out coming through bottom bend, but he holds on to throw it up the inside, going into the elbow, and he takes the win from Redpath. And you'd have to say it's been Harley Drake's weekend, 4 tenths faster in qualifying than anybody else. But arguably the star driver amongst the 62s is Carter Inskip Clarkson, taking an overall podium to go with the pre-final overall victory. So it's Drake, Redpath, Inskip Clarkson and Essa, just 0.13 between Redpath second and Essa fourth as they cross the line. And Ruben Jenkins coming home in fifth to be the second of our academy drivers. And then it is Neo Luiso who takes the final podium position of the academy group. We were hoping to be able to get to the grid for ahead of this 125 grand final, but I'm not sure after that full course yellow we had during that 62 race, not sure we will have that, but it's been fantastic so far, and hopefully the 125s can provide us more of the same. Two races to go here in round 5 of the Daniel Ricciardo series. I think it's safe to say that the DRS 62s have well and truly proved the highlight of the day, but these 125s have been intriguing, particularly in the heat. Sam Faulkner having to really work hard to hold off Ethan Critchley. He took the pole, had Critchley. But wasn't able to keep the lead initially. Then he just kept at the task, and he really gave Faulkner a real scare towards the very end. They crossed the line less than 1/10 of a second apart. As we're just seeing a red flag. So something has happened out there, because there is a cart being removed from around Marshall's Post 3. So red flag, and everybody formed back up. 3-3-5 at the back of the field there. That's Thomas Dakin sending out a signal of some sort. And we're just trying to, we can see on the camera, on the TV now, so 111 is being moved away, but 111 is not in this race. That would be Jakob Zoltz from the 62 final, so I can only imagine there that maybe we weren't quite ready for a start. So we'll just have a small delay while that cart is removed. And in due course, we'll be back out there. Can't imagine this will be anything more than a couple of minutes of a delay. Sam Faulkner in particular, our pole man. And Faulkner, of course, as we were mentioning much earlier on in the broadcast, still have a big lead as the result of the just having a check of all the carts at the moment. Just trying to have Matt next to us, the clerk of the course for this meeting, just to be able to hear what may be happening with certain things, see if we can keep you a little bit more in the loop than we may usually be able to. But of course, Sam Faulkner going to be a big beneficiary here of the absence of Freddie Cox. Could allow Tom Snape to move through. We'll be aware, by the way, that Oliver Rowan was given a penalty during after the pre-final. He finished third on the road. He lines up at the moment in what appears to be 8th place. He was lined up on the inside there, so that may be correct. 8th place would be on the outside there. So let's see. Looks like, no, there he goes to the outside. So appears as if we've probably gotten that correct. So let's see. Sometimes we get a start first time by after got a problem down the back straight. Just trying to see who that is. I wonder if it is maybe... No, I don't think it is Dakins. Well, they're back up to speed, and we're going to get a start further ahead. And it was Bill Basie who was in trouble, but will catch up to the pack. Faulkner leads away from Critchley. Side by side for third. I believe that is Snape, it is indeed, who has kept the third place and ahead there of 336 Henry Foote. Round they come to complete the first lap. Faulkner already with a big lead. Critchley with a decent gap to second place, and to third place rather. Of course, you say big lead by first lap standards there. And is that already Oliver? It is. Oliver Owen already in fifth and a move for third. Foote makes it through, and that really cost Snable. Oh, contact. And Owen, oh dear, may well have picked up another penalty there in that contact with Henry Foote, as Foote got around Snape there, and Owen looked to take advantage by making what would have been effectively a double move. Third on the road, so he's made it for the moment. No signs of a penalty coming up on our screen, but Foote will want to take that back, for sure. Over the line, half a second between Faulkner and Critchley. And the battle on for third again. And Foote this time is going to get ahead of Oliver Owen. Oscar Walmsley-Jones is up into fifth now. And they come out of the dogleg. Critchley looks like he's keeping Faulkner honest. He may have lost some time, but if he has, it doesn't look like too much. Let's see. Yeah, just half a tenth, if that, is the difference between that top two. And Owen has his sights set on Foote once again. And it looks like their battle is going to continue and continue. And of course, they still have 9.5 minutes to settle it. Once again, Faulkner and Critchley seemingly pretty even on this lap. It is actually slightly less of a gap, 2/100ths. Critchley was the quicker. Gap between Critchley and Foote is now over 1.5 seconds, and we pick up that battle once again. Looks like Snake there may have pulled out a little gap. Meanwhile, at the front, I think Critchley is slightly the quicker again. He is by 4/100ths this time. Is this Faulkner just trying to manage the pace? The key, one of the big keys, of course, in the Daniel Ricciardo series is how you have to, through qualifying and all through the races, you have to use the same set of tyres. And so you can't just use them all up in the heat. You've got to try and say something for when it really counts. I think Critchley there possibly made a mistake going around the bottom bend, and looks like Faulkner may have gained some time there. It is, it hasn't changed on our screens, as we just lost 20 seconds. So yeah, it has changed. Critchley losing 2/10. Main fight still for third place. There's a three-way battle for fifth between Oscar Walmsley-Jones, Tommy Welsh and Dan Weir. Meanwhile, Ryan Williams is the highest running novice up in 11th, and that's a couple of places higher than he's been for most of today's proceedings. They come around to start another lap, and we are now following that fight for fifth place. Around the loop they go and in towards top bend. And now the run to the dogleg. Potentially a move there that looked like it might have been slightly defensive initially from Welsh, but he's very close actually to Walmsley Jones on the exit. Through towards the elbow they come. Faulkner and Critchley come through, and the gap between them is now pretty much bang on a second. We continue to focus on the battle for 5th place. Ryan Williams, meanwhile, the leading novice driver, is just at the back of a battle for 8th place, and it's actually a 5-way battle for 8th place there. Hugler, Groves, Woodrow, Williams, and Tom Snake back down there in 12th. Owen very close now to Henry Foote. Bang on a 10th as we continue to watch the fight for 5th place. Running a little wide there, it appeared, but actually not losing too much time there in the end. It was Weir at the back of that trio. He's actually gaining, coming in towards bottom bend there. And they go up the hill, and a move being made there. And a move made on Welsh. So Weir moves up to 6th place. It allows Walmsley Jones to escape that battle a little bit, pulling out a gap of almost 7 tenths. Meanwhile, Sam Faulkner's lead at the front is now 1.5 seconds, and there's a driver off on the inside of the loop and looking very frustrated by it. I'm just trying to see that. I don't see. So yeah, well, no, I don't think there's anyone that was running towards the front. It is a yellow plate, that much we know, and it isn't a seeded driver, so we'll double check that in a moment. It's Woodrow. Jake Woodrow, 328. A retirement from this grand final. Fight still alive for 3rd place. Foote and Owen. Owen has been stalking Henry Foote for several laps now. Just hasn't been in the position he would have wanted to make a move, and actually Critchley here may well be under threat. The second before on, 3.5 minutes to go, and Foote has closed the gap to under 8 tenths. And Critchley indeed is falling back. Faulkner now leads by 2 seconds. As he goes into the dogleg, and you can see visually the gap to 2nd place is reducing. And so we spoke earlier about the tyre life through all the races today, and maybe Ethan Critchley has mismanaged that. Gap now 6 tenths, just over. And 2.5 minutes to go for Critchley to hold on to that 2nd place. Gap still 2 seconds, pretty much, between Faulkner and Critchley. So Faulkner now in management mode, it would seem. And here comes Henry Foote. Around the elbow they go. The gap is now much, much less than 6 tenths, I can tell you that. It's less than 3 tenths now as they cross the line. And we're going to have now what was a two-driver battle for 3rd is now a 3-driver battle for 2nd. And among the academy drivers, Ryan Williams is now up to 10th. That, of course, will be because of Woodrow dropping out. So here they go. 3 to 5, excuse me, quickly. 3-3-6 foot. 1 Owen. Here comes the move. It's a force for 1 around the loop. And Foot makes it. But Critchley's going to try and fight back. It almost produced an opening there for Oliver Owen. And now Owen will go to the outside going into the dog leg, and that's a nice up and under move that he's going to pull off. You saw the wide line that Oliver Owen was taking into the dog leg there, and he was setting himself up to try and make the move going in towards Bottom Bend, and he timed it perfectly. But the real winner there is Foot, because he has taken second. And Critchley, it's cool really. You wonder if maybe his rally for the win in the heat, just cost him the momentum he needed for the rest of the day. Fortunately for him, he's got a 3.8 second gap to Daniel Weir in 5th. Looks like he's come out on top of that three-way battle with Walmsley Jones and Welsh, as Faulkner is going to cross the line. Now, will this be the start of the last lap, or will they have time on? 2 laps, they say. And his lead over Foot now 3.6 seconds. Oliver Owen, however, wants to snatch second place away. It's a good run from Foot there, but he goes defensive initially into the dog leg. That means he has to slow down a little bit between the 2 apexes, but he gets a decent run there. Owen might be positioned to have a go, not quite. It's a good run for Foot out of the elbow. Through paddock they go. Down to the loop. And Owen has been pretty much in this position relative to Foot throughout the entire race. And now, of course, we're on the final lap. And once again, Foot goes defensive initially, then swings to the outside to try and take the more ideal line through the dog leg. And if there's going to be a move from Owen, it has to be here, and it is here, and he makes it while Sam Faulkner wins. And Oliver Owen has snatched second place at the death with a last gasp move on Henry Foot. And you do, of course, wonder if the stewards are happy with the move Owen made early in the race when there was contact with Henry Foot. But as it stands, he finishes in second place, and it's a well-earned one with that excellent move from a distance back going into the elbow. On the final lap, he takes second place at the penultimate corner, but really nobody could hold a candle to Sam Faulkner, who once again sweeps the weekend. He had to fight for it significantly in the heat, but in the pre-final, and particularly in this grand final, he was absolutely dominant and completely unmatched. The final gap 4 seconds, Henry Foot 3rd, Ethan Critchley drops back to 4th in the end, Daniel Weir winning that battle for 5th. And so that's it for our 1-2-5s, and our last race of the day coming up in a few moments, our DRS 100 grand final.
Absolutely not. You're going to kill
So it's our last race of the day here, our DRS 100 Grand Final. It has been a day of various ups and downs in this category. We saw, of course, the scary accident at the start of the heat race, where Freddie Farrell took off and landed on top of Charlie Ratford, and there were a couple of others involved, and fortunately everyone emerged okay and unhurt. And we had an exciting race after that. Robinson holding off Scarisbrick, and then of course Robinson having it a little bit more comfortable in the pre-final, while Liam Karabelov was deeply unfortunate to lose second place after he was hit at the elbow with just a couple of laps remaining. And now we head for what may well be our best race of the day. We'll have some way to go to top the 62 pre-final, however, as here we go for the start, and Scarisbrick moving towards the inside. They almost go 3 wide into paddock, and Robinson holds the lead. Around top bend they go. And is that's Ratford there, it appears, up into third. It is indeed, and just making taking a bit of a defensive line there up against Karabelov. And through they go to complete the lap. Karabelov right on Ratford. He looked like maybe the quickest driver, definitely the quickest driver early on in the pre-final. And he looks like the one most likely to make a move in the top 5 at the moment. As down towards the dartboard they go once again. Robinson chasing, of course, a clean sweep. And if there's any class where you probably least expect a clean sweep, it is here in the 100s, our juniors. Move being made for third there, but Ratford's going to hold on, but then he gets a little out of shape coming through the final corner, and Karabelov takes advantage, and so too will Maximilian Reed. Ratford from third to fifth in just a couple of corners, and Farrell and Milcharski waiting behind. Benjamin Baker in 8th and Sherry-Ann Powell in 9th, actually falling back after coming through to 8th from the back of the field in the pre-final. Scarisbrick is close to Robinson here, into the elbow. Not close enough to make a move by any means, but the pressure is on Robinson much more than it was in the pre-final. It's similar to the heat as it stands so far. But there is, of course, the best part of 10 minutes to go. And what, of course, can determine some of the result here, as we appear to have seen with Ethan Critchley in the 125 Grand Final, is have you kept your tyres alive with enough to give for when it really counts? Robinson still under a little pressure. The gap is pretty much the same as they come around the elbow once again and into the final corner. It looks like we've got a move potentially for 5th, and that is Milcharski coming through and past there. I think we've got a problem with the timing on the TV screen at the moment, but it looks as if Milcharski's moved up to 5th. There we go. And he's ahead of Ratford now. And Reed, of course, was the beneficiary of that move from Karabelov the lap before. Ratford, after such a superb weekend at Hooton Park, where he just seemed to bounce back from any kind of adversity he faced, here he just not seemed to have the ultimate pace. So around they go again. Looks like Milczarski's actually dropped back down to 7th place now. And a bit of contact behind him in that fight for 8th. And that appears to be between Farrell and Sutton. Though, of course, we are having some timing difficulties at the moment. There you see those resolving themselves. As Robinson once again leads them down towards Bottom Bend. And Scarisbrick is still right there. Through they go to complete the 6th lap. Just a couple of attempts between the front two. Karabelov in 3rd. Reed in 4th. And Benjamin Baker up to 6th. And Baker, not always a front runner, but he's threatened some good results at times this season, particularly at Shennington, where he was caught up in a collision that wasn't really of his own making. As through they go towards the elbow again, and they're coming up towards another lap completed. And once again, Scarisbrick, just like he was in the heat, he's right there, but he's not there to make a move. There's a battle there between Farrell, Sutton and Milczarski. Sutton leading the trio, Milczarski just being edged out towards the grass. You wonder if maybe he got a bad run through the elbow. As once again, Robinson leads them through the dogleg. And they continue to just be right within 2/10 of one another. It's a battle of wills between Jack Robinson and Connor Scarisbrick. Who will break first? Who will use up too much of the tyres? As we mentioned, Robinson going for that clean sweep, the 100th, the last class. You expect to see a clean sweep in, but the opportunity is very much on at the moment, and it looks as if he's pulling out a little gap during this lap. But Karabelov doesn't seem like he's able to make an impression for second. Spreading out just slightly between that top three. The closest battle may well be for 5th. Charlie Ratford and Benjamin Baker. They cross the line, Baker right behind. Not going to find a way through into the loop there. He actually drops back in the first couple of corners through Paddock and through that second right-hander. Scarisbrick closed back in towards the end of that last lap. The gap is once again under 2/10. Looks like Robinson may be pulling a little gap towards the end of the lap. Karabelov still there. 5 minutes to go. Once again, Baker, the closest to making a move. Milczarski is close to making a move on Farrell as well. A 10th between the drivers in both of those battles. One for 5th, one for 8th. Scarisbrick that time, almost 3.5 tenths behind at the line. And still half a second from Scarisbrick to Karabelov. Looks like Scarisbrick maybe lost a little bit more time on this lap. They come round the elbow into the final corner. 4 tenths now between the top two. Still the gap holds between Scarisbrick and Karabelov. Looking further down the field, Miriam Evans is in 18th, the second of our academy drivers, of our novices rather. But it's like the battle may be gathering up behind Farrell there. Sherry-Ann Powell has just made it past Jakub Milczarski, and they're both nipping at the heels of Freddie Farrell for 8th place. Scarisbrick, meanwhile, just won't go away. It's 4 tenths. Dropped a couple of tenths a few moments ago, but then much closer in lap time to Robinson on that lap. We asked who was going to break first, and seemingly none of them. There's a good fight. There's a move being made around the outside of the loop and making it stick into Big Ben. That now being picked up by your cameras. That's Sherry-Ann Powell and Archie Cole. And that was a great move around the outside of the loop there. Looks like Scarisbrick has closed up a little on Robinson this time by. Yes, he has, just under a tenth. Baker still nipping at the heels of Radford. Like a tennis match, where the server gets to deuce on every service game, but never faces a break point. That's what this race is like now, if you're Jack Robinson. And with 2 minutes to go, do we have a big finish ahead of us? This race is just teased and teased drama all the way. Looks like here that Max Reed is falling back, so maybe Maximilian Reed is the first victim of tyre wear here. And Radford goes wide through top bend there, and it almost allows Baker a chance to strike. He doesn't send one up the inside going into the dogleg. There's a problem there. 156 just walking away underneath that commentary position. As once again, Scarisbrick, it's about the same gap. It's less than 3 tenths, but just a 100th of a difference in lap time that time. Karabelov now has dropped back. It's a second between he and Scarisbrick. So the fight is for the win, and for the win only, as we head towards, well, now 1 minute to go. So the question is, can Robinson hold on for a sweep of race wins? And can Maximilian Reed hold off Radford and Baker? Robinson gains a half a tenth on that previous lap. It's a repeat of the heat race for those two. We have our eyes at the moment on the stream on Radford and Baker. Radford has just shook him off for the moment as we are heading for the end of the time, and so it'll be 1 lap to go, and looks like Robinson has pulled out a gap. Last lap, half a second between them now. It looks like the major battle is for 4th place. Reed just trying to hold on as we watch Robinson going down towards the dogleg. And through it he goes, and even if you're 2 tenths back here, you're not going to be close enough to make a move into the elbow. And Robinson is just 2 corners away from a clean sweep of round 5 of the Daniel Ricciardo series at Little Rissington. It is Jack Robinson that takes the clean sweep, with Connor Scarisbrick in second. Liam Karabelov holds on to third very comfortably, a lonely 3rd place in the end, as Maximilian Reed holds off Radford and Baker for 4th place. And in the end, a race that just kept us on the edge for so long turns from an entertainment standpoint into a bit of an anticlimax, but Jack Robinson will not mind one bit as he makes the most of a fantastic opportunity to build a big championship lead over his main rival, Charlie Radford. And he does so with the 3 wins. And Connor Scarisbrick actually will gain a bit on Ratford as a result of that. And if anything, it's second place where they perhaps just tighten up a little bit. But that is the end of the day for round 5 of the Daniel Ricciardo series here at Little Rissington. We have the podium ceremonies coming up for you in what we imagine will be around 20 to 30 minutes time, as we just take a last glance at our schedule. It's actually going to be quite soon. It's 10 minutes before we get to that trophy presentation and celebrate all those that have done such a terrific job today, including our novices and our academy drivers. But for now, for the racing, it is over and finished, and on to GYG for our competitors. But for now, that's it for the racing here at Little Rissington. Join us for the podium presentations in around 10 minutes. Welcome back to Little Rissington, and it's time for our podium presentations for round 5 here of the Daniel Ricciardo series. We begin with our cadets, our DRS 62 class, and we will start with the 3rd place driver in that category, Neo Luitho. And in 2nd place, Ruben Jenkins. We were trying to figure out if our Academy winner would have to stand on the podium twice, but it's top step on the Academy podium for Carter Inskip Clarkson. Well, that, I think, is the only mistake that Carter's made all afternoon. Congratulations to Carter and to our Academy drivers on the podium this afternoon. And now it is time for our DRS 62's overall podium presentation. And in 3rd place is Lucas Esser. And in 2nd place, Harley Drake. And our overall winner for DRS 62's, Ashton Redpath. Time now for our DRS 125 podium presentation. And as they leave, we say congratulations to our DRS 62 Supers. Our novice winner for the 125's 9th place overall, Ryan Williams. And 3rd place overall in the DRS 125's, Henry Foote. Coming out on top for 2nd place in that great battle with Henry Foote was Oliver Owen. And our overall winner, Sam Faulkner. Congratulations to our podium finishers and to our Academy winner in the DRS 125s. Our novice winner, I should say. And the novice winner for the DRS 100 was Jakub Milcharski. Now for our overall podium finishers in the DRS 100, in third place, Liam Karabelov. Snapping on the heels of our winner all day was second place, Connor Scarisbrick. And holding on for a trio of wins was Jack Robinson. And a final congratulations to our podium finishers and a couple of a real sweetener for these drivers. To add to the podium presentations. And a final congratulations for our DRS 100 podium finishers. Well, it's Gleneagles next up, and then the finale at Wilton Mill for these drivers. And, well, I mean, if we get action like that, then it should be pretty exciting as we wrap up this championship. Ben McPhillips joining you here from Little Rissington, here for round 5 of the Daniel Ricciardo series. Thank you for joining us.